Good morning. Hello, everybody. Here just before noon Central Time. Um, I'm going to start doing a series, probably 3 separate streams. This first one is going to be of Warlocks, setting you up for the Renegades that is coming on December 2nd. The DLC will be dropping on a Tuesday, and that's December 2nd. Just like any other update, weekly update. First day will probably be hectic, just as history has proven that every first day there's either bugs, crashes, whatever it may be. So if you got to work that day, don't feel bad if you miss out. Usually the first hour to 2 hours, sometimes the first day, there's crashes, bugs, you're unable to log in. You know, maybe if you plan for the day after and the day after that to play some Renegades, you'd probably be safer. So that's just my advice, and that's just with, history repeating itself every year for a new expansion or update for Destiny. There's bugs, crashes, and it's never a smooth experience, no matter what the first day. Whether it's returning players, whether it's people coming to critique, it's always a struggle to get in the game and start testing out the new content and updates they've input. But on to what I want to do today. I just want to do a stream. I've been playing majority Warlock since Edge of Fate came out. It is my only character that's at the moment closest to being 500, and even then it's not even that close, just because I haven't played in a while. I'm only a 405, so I'm gonna hop in. One of the biggest changes with Edge of Fate that came was, to start off this section right here, you now have a health, melee, grenade, super, class, and weapons stat, and that distributes from your armor. Whatever armor you have, you can focus on either having a gunner, a brawler, a specialist, a bulwark, which is a combination of your health and, I believe, let's see, where's it at? Oh, here we go. The primary stat, health, and your class ability. So each of these different armor pieces are going to give you boosts in whatever your primary and secondary stat is. As you can see right here, we have maxed out this armor, and then once you max it out, it improves your 3 lowest stats by 1. Now you can take those stats even further by inserting a mod to further increase either a stat you're focusing on, or a stat that is a little low on this piece of armor and you want to raise it up. And then from there you can insert different mods that either give you more super energy or give you more melee energy. There's multiple mods that you could put in to kind of help you build into your build. And what I mean by that is, currently I have a gauntlet that lets me consume my grenade and gives me a arc buddy, and as well gives me a buff, and that buff is called Amplify. Now with Amplify, if we go in here, let's see, does it show it here? We may have to go to the art class. I mean the actual arc class. I don't want to give y'all the wrong information. There we go. So amplified, your movement speed and weapon handling is greatly increased, and then after sprinting for a short time, your movement is further increased. And then rapidly defeating targets with arc damage makes you amplified. So depending on, for instance, this arc subclass, while amplified arc souls are supercharged and gain increased fire, and that's with this aspect right here, arc soul. So if we were to choose just base arc, this would be one of the things you would want, and you would need to have to use this. But with prismatic, which is a class found in the final shape, just so if you're a new player, you go down to expansions. This expansion, where is it? It's a dungeon key. Like oh shape. Why? Where? What? Where's the final shape? It's just Renegades, Edge of Fate, Prophecy. Okay. I guess they're just promoting. Okay, well, however you purchase the game, it may come with final shape, or if you purchase the most recent, it may come with final shape. I know there's been a lot of sales in the market in different areas that come with all the expansions currently, so maybe that's what's going on right now. If you just buy Renegades, or if you buy the most expensive one that comes with everything, it probably comes with final shape now. But my suggestion when you're starting out new is you play the final shape first, just because you get access to prismatic, and prismatic is probably one of the best subclasses, because you're combining multiple elements together to create one subclass. So you're getting a little bit of a stasis ability with a little bit of a void ability. Before, it wasn't like that. You had to pick one of these to use. Then final shape came out, and you could combine multiple abilities, aspects, and these fragments build off of those. So you get multiple ways to fight your enemies. I've just stuck to prismatic because I just like prismatic that much. And then it gives you access to these supers. Sorry. Just depending on what you're doing, the best damage resistance you can get, Song of Flame, the best burst damage or quick, one and done damage is gonna be probably Nova Bomb, but one could say Needle Storm. And then these over here are roaming supers. Now what that means is you're using your super and you're able to move around and stuff with these two. Well, actually these three, because it's the same thing with Song of Flame, except with Song of Flame you're able to still use your weapons, and your grenades are replaced with with like a solar, like a high-powered solar grenade, and your melee is also replaced with like a ranged melee, kind of projectile. So Song of Flame gives you good damage resistance, pretty good damage to do on ads, and it makes everyone around you radiant as well. I usually use this, so you'll see that once we get into some gameplay. But kind of backpedaling, what I have selected here is the Bleak Watcher, Feed the Void, to help me get additional health and grenade when I kill enemies. And then the more I keep Devour up, the faster I'll get my grenade back, which is the Storm Grenade. And as I said, I have to have an Arc Grenade equipped to create the Arc Soul. But when I do that, it also combines with this to where I eat my Arc Grenade and I create a turret, which is a stasis turret. So as I do that, it will create a stasis turret that slows and freezes targets, and it's just a continuous loop. The faster I get my grenades back, the more of these turrets I can have up. If we wanted to try something out, we could go double buddies, and this is a build that a lot of people used, where you go a Hellion, go Bleak Watcher, and then you have either Phoenix Dive or Healing Rift to create your Hellion and heal yourself. And then the only downside is that you don't have Devour to build up those. So how you would combat not having Devour is have a high grenade stat, which we'll try this out for now. And then as your grenade ability kills, you use Facet of Mending to cure yourself. So your grenades counts as these. As they get kills, you will cure yourself. And then your Arc, Solar, and Void abilities deal increased damage to targets afflicted with Darkness buff, which is a Stasis ability, is considered a Darkness ability. Debuff. It's considered it because it slows, so slow is considered a Darkness debuff. Your melee is, I don't think, very important. If you wanted to capitalize on the debuffs for the Darkness debuff, you could stick with Arcane Needle because you get 3 charges, or you could freeze with Penumbral Blast. However you want to do it, but if you're picking this, you want to have something giving you Darkness debuffs. You always want Facet of Protection on Prismatic, because it gives you good damage resistance or improved damage resistance. And then Facet of Balance is for when you defeat enemies with melee damage. Or with light damage, it grants you melee energy, and defeating targets with darkness damage grants grenade energy. So to play into that, we have a strand rifle, a solar, and a solar grenade, or solar rocket launcher. Now, the most important one of that would be probably the grenade energy. So if we want to play into that, we'd need something with a darkness. So we'll have this for our darkness, and this for our darkness, and this for our light. And using these two is going to give us more grenade energy, in theory. The other thing you want to look at is in this, I have causing damage with a melee attack reduces grenade cooldown. This is on your gloves usually. So you want to have that equipped, or you can have grenade kickstart. This will help you with your grenade energy. You can have grenade font. You gain bonus to grenade stat while you have an armor charge. So you could play into the armor charge side of things. Doing different things gives you charges. I don't know if it's on here. Let's see if we have it on our... Let's see. There's other mods that gives you armor charge. So as you pick up orbs, you're getting armor charges. So like Powerful Friends or Radiant Light gives your teammates armor charges. Just collecting orbs of power gives you armor charges. So if you have something that you're using, like a solar or stasis, or a solar or strand, I'm sorry, or a solar or stasis, or if you're just using solar as your primary, this can give you orbs and build up your it'll build up your armor charge for that. But the biggest thing is you want to have something equipped that's giving you orbs to get your armor charges. If that's a route you're wanting to try and go. But this is gonna come later when you've played. If you're a new player, if you're a returning player, whatever you're comfortable with, getting those armor charges, that's probably the route you want to go. I'm using a damage reduction emergency reinforcement on my chest, and I think that's the only thing I'm using for charges, just to kind of help me out. And this special finishers can give me armor charge as well as generate special ammo. But it will take an armor charge away when I generate the ammo. So it'll do 3 stacks. But yeah, for new players, each set of armor you want to go through and kind of figure out what kind of build you're working towards. If it's gonna be a grenade kind of build, you want to start getting armor that has I'm sorry guys, I'm not prepared. It says grenadier, and that's gonna have high spikes of grenade energy. I don't have any grenadier armor. This gunner though has a little bit. So if you go with a gunner, you'll have a primary weapon stat and a secondary grenade stat. Weapons is gonna just give you a little bit of a boost to damage, so you can go all gunner or you can go gunner grenadier. It's up to you. You can mix and match your armors till you get like what you really want. Returning players, that's probably what you'll do, because you will want to splash into whatever the grenadier gives you energy in, and the gunner, so you can like double up on some stuff or have multiple spikes in different stats between the grenadier and gunner armor. It's just going to depend on the build and how much you want to min max on your build. But you can just go straight grenadier and get huge stacks or spikes, as your primary stat would be grenade for this build in particular, as an example. Now there's multiple builds other than this for a warlock. If you want to just throw solar grenades, you can definitely do that. If you want to just focus on one subclass and still have kind of the same thing that you got going over here, but you're just throwing grenades, and if you have the sun bracers, it increases the duration of solar grenades. Solar melee kills grant unlimited solar grenade energy. So you can throw multiple grenades back to back after you use a melee attack. So you have your solar grenade, you have a either celestial fire or incinerator snap. It's just whichever you want to do. Before, this was the shortest timer, so incinerator snap was like the go-to. Now it's just based on your melee, so whatever your melee is and how fast you get it back, that's what you go off of. And then of course you have your either empowering, healing, or phoenix dive for your rift abilities that you want to use. And the go-to that everyone's doing is the Hellion, and then either you can do touch of flame, you can have Icarus dash to dash around. That's usually like for PvP though. Heat rises, you can eat your grenade, and you're able to get better like jumping control and stuff. But that's what you could do with those two. But usually Touch of Flame and Hellion is the go-to for a solar subclass. To build into something like the sun bracers, you want to go and look at possibly building into your grenades. So like a solar grenade final blow cures you. Let's see. Oh, I hate when it does that. So since you're using your melee, you can pick Ember of Torches, but it does drop your grenade ability stat. So we may skip over that for now. This raises, so we'll go with Ember of Char. And then Defeating targets with solar ignitions grants grenade energy, so that's good. And you can either go for the last one. We can either go ignitions have increased area of effect, or apply more scorch. You can have ignitions generate orbs of power. We'll go more scorch for now. Which comes from the grenade. So scorch damage increases as the target accumulates more scorch stacks. After enough scorch stacks are applied to the target, they ignite. This is how you're able to stop unstoppable champions with ignitions. So if you're applying more scorch stacks with Ember of Ashes and Solar Grenade and Incinerator Snap, you will be able to, ignite enemies faster. So this would be probably the build. And Empowering Rift, it grants additional ammo generation, and it increases weapon damage and ability energy regeneration. So if you have something that's healing you, you can use Empowering Rift. Or if you want to just heal yourself and keep alive, you can use something like Healing Rift and Phoenix Dive. I suggest you do this to get more comfortable as a new player, using either one of these. And then for the jump, I always pick Balance Glide on a Warlock. Warlocks are notorious for their jump, so Balance Glide lets me kind of help myself maneuver and not fall. And when you do a jump with a Warlock, it's a bit of a learning curve, and we'll go over that once we get into the gameplay. Now weapons, we're finally to the meat and potatoes of the game. Half of it's the abilities, the other half are your weapons. There is a lot of combinations and ways to use your weapons. But depending on what your perks are on your gun, you are gonna have a lot of grinding and searching for what you're looking for. Now, luckily, I don't have to do that because I've been playing the game for a while now. Returning players, you're gonna have to do a little bit of grinding, and I will help you if you need it, to find some weapons that are gonna work with one of these builds. Now, it's a grenade build. For this first one, it's a Solar Warlock grenade build. So something that gives you burning or helps you with fire or gives you grenade energy, or orbs, something like this ability right here, Heal Clip. It heals you after you reload. So every time you reload, you're healing yourself a little bit. Burning Ambition, it helps with your scorching. So like for this build with the Solar Warlock, you're getting more scorch on those enemies to give more stacks. So that's gonna build towards spreading to other enemies on a single enemy. You'll see very fast that there will be more ignitions with that. Attrition Orbs is a perk that allows you to create orbs of power the longer you hold down your button to fire your weapon. So just as you're shooting and playing, it's just going to generate orbs, and you don't really have to think about it. So any of these three kinds of perks, if you could find on a gun, would be good for this build. There's also another set of perks for grenades. that you will want to try and find something like Adrenaline Junkie. This helps this weapon. It gains increased damage and handling from final blows with grenades or this weapon for improved duration, because this is an enhanced trait. Now the regular one would just say it would just have increased damage and handling from final blows with grenades or this weapon. For this next portion of the grenades, we're gonna have to go into the vault. So you can now access, if you've been gone for a while, you can access the vault without having to go to the tower. So we're just gonna go through some weapons that have grenade types of perks. Demolitionist is good because kills with the weapon generate great grenade energy. Perfect. That's what we're looking for, more grenade energy. And also activating your grenade ability reloads the weapon. So something like a single fire rocket launcher or grenade launcher, if you shoot your weapon, throw a grenade, it reloads that weapon. For this, a pulse rifle, you might be out of ammo, you throw a grenade, it reloads, and then you're able to use your weapon again. So something like that would be good to have. So we'll take that with us. I don't think my inventory is full. We'll store these for now. That'll be good for later, or maybe even right now, because we're not on prismatic. So that's a primary weapon. Let's go to our special weapons. This is still primary. Special. Okay, let's look through here for something that gives us grenade energy or something to do with grenades. This is a good combination of two different perks. So we got the Demolitionist we just discussed, and we also have the Adrenaline Junkie that we discussed. So this would be, a very good one to take. Once you play enough, you'll be able to look at the little icons where it says, if you look in the middle of this little box that's popped up right now, it says Wayframe. Right under that is going to tell you what perks is on your weapon. So that's how I'm able to kind of pick what the weapon I want to pick and talk to y'all about is. And again, this is mostly for new players, returning players. I don't know, maybe y'all haven't played in a while or you never noticed this. It's going to be kind of a slow and, a little bit of a slow stream for you guys. I really want to focus on the new players. It's what my channel has been about for a while. Some people just played the game for a little bit and never came back. Trying to give some sense to them. So returning players, I appreciate your time, patience. If you want to watch, contribute in the comment section of anything that I may miss, and don't forget to give me a like if you like the information I'm giving on the video. Give me a follow. I'd appreciate a follow. And as well, check out my Twitch channel and add me on Twitch. It's RoboGuap on Twitch, RoboGuap Gaming on the on YouTube. Sorry, drew a blank. Here's another weapon. So this is like it's a combination of I would say, ad clear slash grenade weapon. And I say ad clear because this does increase damage against bosses, vehicles, and when you're in PvP, guardians with their super. But Vorpal's really good for stronger enemies, like bosses, yellow bars, orange bars. This just helps do damage to them, and as you defeat them, demolitionists can be useful because you can shoot a shot of your grenade launcher, like I said, throw a grenade, shoot a shot. You have Vorpal. This would probably be a really good ad clear weapon. So we're gonna take Martyr's Retribution, and this is a wave frame, so you can do multiple ads at a time because it'll just spread a wave of fire on the ground. So I'll bring this one up as well. This has incandescent on it, and it also has heal clip. So as you're shooting your shot, you're lighting them on fire, reloading, you get heal clip. As well, for any grenade launcher, usually you want to have auto loading on it. And then as it reloads, you're activating kill clip, which gives you a increased damage for a short amount of time, a little bit of a bump. I want to kind of get a mix of special. For grenades. This one gives you a combination of melee and grenade energy. So as you're getting kills with this, you're getting melee and grenade energy, which is it's a good combo for this solar build. So we'll take that because we're using our melee for the grenades to be able to constantly use them. So this is kind of a a no-brainer right here, because you're helping your melee, your grenade, and you're able to keep that up because of the sun bracers. Of course, there is a cooldown, but as you're waiting on that cooldown, you can have full energy ready to go and be ready to take out whatever. And unfortunately, some of these weapons, if you're a returning player, these were from I hate to say the word, but it's from a sunset period of the game. So if you didn't play during this time period, you're gonna have to wait for Xur to sell this weapon, and hopefully he'll have the role that you want on the weapon. But some of these weapons you won't be able to get currently because of that reason. It's an activity that was just for a limited time. Once I do these streams of each class, I'll do a stream just talking about different perks and what perks are good to use. And then I'll reference a YouTuber / streamer. He created a whole spreadsheet going over different perks and what the best perks are to be on weapons, and just different different little like numbers and buffs you get from different things. If you want to look him up, he's the Aegis Relic, and on one of his channels, him and Mr. Raffles, I believe that's his name, Mr. Raffles. They did a video together going over that spreadsheet. At this point, that spreadsheet should be updated with all the Edge of Fate info and weapons that are out as of currently, which I haven't checked out that spreadsheet in a while. So the tiers and all that might have changed on what the best S tier weapon is in each category of weapons. But it's a really good tool to have to be able to look at as you're playing the game, to know what you're looking for. I think he does mostly PvE, in-game speedrun, stuff like that. These are going to be the top tier like perks combinations for that weapon you can get. So if you see it, you want to save it, because it may just be niche for a speed run, but it can also be good, in a normal setting for playing. So you may get a combination that is really good, and you're not a speed runner, but I mean, if you get a good combination, you kind of want to know about it, especially if you're new to the game. So check him out, the Aegis Relic, on YouTube, and then just look up through his videos. There should be a video of him and Raffles, and they're talking about that spreadsheet, and it should be updated too. So he updates it every expansion. So going into the Renegades expansion in December, he'll probably be updating it again. But if you're coming in right now just before Renegades, it's really good to kind of get in there and start trying to collect, certain weapons or whatever kind of archetype of weapon you like. You can go in there and look. And I've rambled for too long, so we're going to the next page. You can tell I haven't played the game in a while, because all my power levels of weapons are really low. But the perks are some of the best perks you can probably find for the weapons. So I just leave them in here for now till I come back and want to play. When Edge of Fate came out, a little bit before, they fixed destabilizing rounds, and they're really good. So for a weapon like this, destabilizing rounds with Demolitionist is a really good weapon to have for your range if you don't want to get in the middle of anything. Pulse rifle, auto rifle, hand cannon, something like that will be good to have. So this is an interesting one. This has the Demolitionist, but if you're doing a damage rotation, you have either Vorpal or Bait and Switch. Now Bait and Switch is really good because it gives you a damage boost for a small amount of time. But this is a double fire. It'll help you get grenade energy. It has Spike Grenade, which is one of probably the best perk to have on a grenade launcher. And this is one you probably want to have in your inventory as you're playing for a build like this that we're talking about. I didn't even see this one. We'll take this one. Let's see. Something like Blast Distributor. Doing splash damage grants an improved bonus to grenade stat. So that's kind of a vague description, but we'll take it just to see what it does. Demolitionist. I think I already have something like that. Yeah, I already have a submachine gun. We need another one. Getting to the power weapons now. In power weapons, you really just want to be able to do damage with them. I mean, you can have a weapon here and there that has something that helps your abilities. But you really want to just keep weapons like this for dealing damage or ad clear, or just keep the power weapons out of your rotation. Like, we'll take this because that has demo. That has that vague. Alright. Okay. And then we have another, just sun bracers in here. But that one's low level, so we'll leave that alone for now. Alright, so we have a build going. This is going to be, to start off, our sun bracers build. And then from there, we'll switch to prismatic for our getaway artist build. This is 2 grenade builds. It took us almost an hour to get together, and that's with having everything in the vault. That's with everything, you know, being at our arm's reach. Now, there's multiple websites, apps to use that you can expedite the process. If you have a lot of armor and a lot of weapons, you can build it through those apps and it'll make it faster. But if you're a new player, you're not going to have a lot of weapons, you're not going to have a lot of armor, you're not going to have the stat distribution that I have currently. So you're going to have to build to that, and that's going to take many hours, a lot of time, a lot of grinding. I just want to give you a foundation of what to build towards. This isn't the end all be all best way to build it, so don't feel discouraged. This is all part of the plan, it's part of the game. You got to build up to this. So for here, we have a primary weapon with a demo. And you know what? I need a one more time. Just one more time, guys. Bear with me. Let's go back in and get some non-primary weapons that have something that we can use for grenades. Because there's going to be times where you need, in your primary slot, a special weapon. So we'll look for some special weapons that you can put in that slot that have... We'll take that one. Because you want to mix and match. Sometimes you are going to have special in both slots and then a heavy, or sometimes you'll need a special in the main slot and then a primary in your second slot and then a heavy. It just depends on what you have available to build with. So we'll give as many scenarios as possible. We can take this first one. It's a tier 5. Oh, and it's a strand. Perfect. Okay, so I think that's it. Pretty sure that's it. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Yep. Alright, so the other side of this is going to be getting... Now we'll have to go to the tower. Let's see if I have anything that dropped that I can power up these weapons with. What's going on, Pinky? I'm doing a stream for new and returning Destiny players today. So that's what I'm doing today. Want to get some information together for anyone coming back to the game. Anyone, I know there was a sale a while back that they had where you got everything for like a stupid amount of money, like 20 bucks, 30 bucks, something like that. And you were able to get all the expansions. So there's people playing right now that, you know, got in for dirt cheap. And never got into the game because it was too expensive because of all the different expansions that Bungie has dropped. So I figured I may as well make a stream for Warlock for a returning player, and then I want to do a stream for a Titan, a stream for a Hunter. No particular order, but that's what I'm doing right now just because I've played mostly on my Warlock in Edge of Fate. Let's see. This is the only weapon. It's only a tier 2, so we'll feed that into something. 371. This has 2 options. Yeah, we'll do that one. 371, that's 406. So we'll equip you, and then you will have to switch out. But while we are here, this probably will not be here later for you guys. This is a event currently going on. If you watch this later, this may or may not be here, so don't, you know, get too caught up on what this is. If you come to Banshee though, and you need weapons, he features weapons for enhancement cores and glimmer, and you might get lucky with a roll like this. You got a auto-loading adrenaline junkie shotgun right here. This is a really good weapon. It's a heel clip demolitionist. So these two weapons would be in the special slot, but I mean, if you want a shotgun, I highly recommend this sidearm though. It's a really good sidearm. It's a micro missile sidearm, so it does big damage. So that's a good sidearm to have. I will get it. So there's our switch out for Apex as well. I'll buy another one so I can. If you collect 5 of these, some of these weapons have patterns to where you can craft them. So we'll go here. This is for my returning and new players. They added in crafting. So if we go to, actually it's right here, sidearms. I need 5 total patterns to create this weapon. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let me get 5 of those. That way I can create the pattern. Because I have these deep sight harmonizers that are just sitting. So I finally found a weapon I want. And we can dismantle, buy 2 more. Apply the pattern, and this should be the last one I need. Yep. So now dismantle and dismantle. What I can do now, and this is with the Witch Queen expansion. So you need to finish the Witch Queen expansion to do this. Destinations. You want to click on 7th Rune's Throne World and then go to the Enclave and launch Enclave. Oh, quite a bit. So once you land at the Enclave, we are going to go down here, and like I said, you have to complete Witch Queen to be able to do this. There is a possibility that I haven't, so this will just prove my point. So yeah, once you do it, you have access to that weapon. You create the weapon. You start here. We're gonna go with blast radius, and then of course reload. We'll go with pugilist for now, and we're gonna work towards demolitionist. We'll put harmony, and then from there we just shape it, and now you have access to that weapon. The more you use the weapon, the more it levels, and you also can apply these mementos that you get from activities. There's a Nightfall one. There's a when you have Guardian games, there's one from Guardian games. Dawning, same thing. Dawning is Christmas, so Christmas is coming up. Or winter. Winter is coming. You have a solstice. Solstice is from the summer. And then Iron Banner is, of course, from Iron Banner. We'll do a Dawning on this one. And once I hit level 30 with the weapon, I am able to apply the shader. So, and then you can apply weapon mods to it. For this one, we'll do bandolier on this. But yeah, like I was saying, you can increase your weapon level by just pouring, glimmer and enhancement cores into it, which I kind of want to just do for the sake of the video to expedite the process. Alright, that should be good. Let me go back in here, reshape, and you go to your sidearm, which is now level 12. We have access to demolitionist. We need level 14 to be able to get enhanced. We have enhanced. So we'll reshape it again so we can get the enhanced. And then we'll go up to 14. We now have access to the enhanced demo. And go volatile. All right. So we're all done with that. We can now equip it because it has enhanced. Okay, all right. So once you're through the Witch Queen campaign, it's on Savathun's Throne World. That's where most of the campaign takes place. Once you finish it, you'll have access to crafting. You come to the Enclave to craft any weapon blueprints that you unlock. And the only way I was able to expedite that process was because of these deep sight harmonizers. These come from the reward pass. I don't know if there's any on here this season. I don't see any at all, which is crazy because that's where you would get them from. So I don't know how they're planning to bring that back, or if they're going to bring that back to be able to earn deep sight harmonizers. But that's how you do it. That's where you go. So for now, we're gonna go back to trying to get some weapons for these upgrades. Probably from here is the best bet. So we'll take a rocket launcher for a heavy. We don't have any primary or specials available yet. We will give this to this. We just need a special to level up, and then we can get into the running the build. I mean, technically, I think we have enough to show the build off for now. So, let's go to our handy dandy portal, and then let's go to Caldera. Add that. And that's all we needed. Okay, perfect. All right, so excuse me. Been sitting for an hour. All right, so let's get into the build. So, like I said, we have the So we've currently used all our our grenade energy. We got the Hellion to help us. A little healing. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. That was heavy. Oh, no, not him. Reload this. We might die, guys. We might die. I had to do it. I had to run. I don't want to die in front of y'all. What the hell? I'm trying to teach y'all something here. Alright. Glad I have that Hellion. Destroy this little link over here. There is champions in this, so make sure y'all have something to take care of champions. Oh, yeah, it was a champion that got me. Alright, guys, I suck. Cat's out the bag. Uh-oh. Overloads will regain health, so if you don't kill them in time, or you don't keep them stunned, overloads will gain every bit of damage that you did to them. And kill you, just like they killed me. Oh, you're up here. Heavy ammo. Boom. Boom. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Keep in mind that there's different types of shields. Those guys just had arc shields, so I switched to my arc weapon to break their shields. You want to make sure that you have different elements available to break shields. One of the guys that I was shooting at had Void, and I don't know if you noticed, but the Void didn't really care that I was shooting it. So if you don't have a Void weapon, it'll take longer to break the Void shield. If you have a Void weapon, the shield will break right away, within a few shots. And the same thing goes for a solar shield. Some enemies are starting to have strand shields. It just depends on the type of shield at the time. And I died a few times, so I'm down to a couple revives. But if you are able to kill champions, you can get your revives back. So if we kill these guys, we will be able to get some revives. The explosion is from the ignitions. So ignitions do more damage. As you can see, we're back to 4 revives after killing the champions. Like I was saying though, ignitions are doing more damage, help you take out your enemies quicker. If we actually kill with this grenade, it'll heal us like really good. It healed me right now. And then if we are able to kill, we are now able to use the ability of our grenade. And this is the build starting to shine. We got our Hellion, we got our grenades, we got orbs coming out. We now have armor charge, 3 stacks. So the orbs of light that I picked up, or orbs of power, do multiple functions. They help with getting power for super, they help with armor charge, and they can sometimes heal depending on what mods you have in your armor. This is our super. Like I said, you can use your super while you shoot your guns. This is a finisher. Finisher helps us spawn special ammo based on the mod that I have in my class item. So if you're using your build correctly and you're capitalizing on stuff that your build is supposed to do, the more powerful you can be and the easier your runs will be. You just have to make sure that you are actually using your build and not just, you know, doing whatever you want. Our next target is in here. Take that out. Reload. Always reload. New players always reload. This is not Call of Duty. It takes sometimes multiple reloads to take out an enemy, depending on what weapon you're using. Heavy weapons usually take out an enemy quicker than a primary or special. And typically, weapons like a machine gun, you can use almost like a primary if you have multiple methods of getting heavy ammo. So sometimes people will just use a machine gun like a primary just because of the rate you can take out enemies. We probably will not get this bonus for the score. Maybe they'll throw us a bone at the end, but we're not even halfway to the top score we need to have just because we died. Luckily, this is just to show you the build. It's not really to show you how to run this. I haven't been playing for a while either, so I don't really care if I get the bonus time or whatever. Sometimes though, if you take out these special like bosses or most wanted bosses, you can get a big score from that, and that helps you too. Yeah, I was surrounded. I mean, the biggest thing, you don't want to die, and the more abilities you have that heal you, the better. But this is also what I was saying. You want your heavy weapons to do damage and not just function as things for your abilities, because you don't want to rely on your abilities to do damage, because everything has a cooldown. And we're gonna look for those. 1, 2, and another one down here. 3, 4. Slow reload. 3, 4. And then we go back to dealing damage. Oh my gosh. Miss, please. I want you to miss. Alright, do it again. Alright. Yeah, so we didn't get the best score, because time matters a lot. So we'll run it back, try and get a better score. Actually use our abilities, all that good stuff. Alright, let's run it back. Alright. Also, power is going to make a big difference as well. So that's definitely where we're coming up short a little bit. What is my lowest? Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, man. Alright, well, you know what? I don't really care about the smoke jumper set. There we go. Alright. It was my gloves. It was my gloves, guys. Alright. Wrong set. Alright. Moving. Sun bracers active. Just burning everything. Just burning everything. Not good, not good, not good. These caltrops are killing me. Whoa. Reload. Oh, bro, get off of me. Gosh. They're running up on me like that. Alright. I don't want to go that way. It's gonna be a hassle. Bro. No. Feel free to leave a comment if you have a different build that you use. There's multiple builds for a Warlock. There's a prismatic build that you people used to call the cha-cha slide. And what it would be is that you use an ability, it's a arc ability. It allows you to slide and amplifies, and just, I mean, if you set it up right, you can just nuke enemies and clear ads and all that really good. I just wanted to focus on something that I feel is like really easy. People are used to throwing grenades in other games, and Destiny is different in the fact that you can weaponize your grenades in multiple ways. You can create little buddies, you can do all kinds of stuff with your grenades. This next version, where did you come from? That's what I want to know. Anyways, this other version, the grenade kind of works in as a defensive ability more so than anything, and this is just one of the ways that you can use your grenades. You can just throw them like we're doing on this build, or ow. This build is just focused on using, you know, just your grenades as a grenade. The next build, you kind of weaponize it into a defensive ability. So it's a little different. I'm just gonna throw my grenades at. Alright, well, that sucks. Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah. Reload. Reload. That's one. That's two. That's three. And four. Alright. That time I got him. Plenty of time. There we go. There's our rewards. $405. What is this? A $409. I'll take it. And this is a $404. It's no good. No good. Just delete that. 404. That's $396. 408. 409. Actually, let them go, deconstruct. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, be right back. We're back. We're back. So now we're gonna go to the other side of the spectrum. And we're going to use Getaway Artist. And let's see. I don't think we really have to change anything. I'm curious to see, because they made a change to where these abilities count as grenades. So I'm curious to see if an enemy is killed by if an enemy is killed by my drones, my little ice buddy. I wonder if it counts. Let's see, because I have the Helion, the Bleak Watcher. Just kind of curious what those count as. Oh, I do not know if I have a This is going to be interesting. Oh, okay. Perfect. I wasn't sure I was going to have anything for overloads, but we're good. Jeez. Help. How? I don't know. With what? I'm not asking any questions. Also, if you have bonus objectives, try and focus those objectives because I haven't been doing that. Reload. Who is shooting me? So yeah, with this build, it's more of a control type of build. You can freeze multiple enemies. You have multiple access to different elements. You got your arc buddy, you got your solar buddy, and then you got your stasis buddy, all working together to take out enemies. And then you're amplified, so that helps you rebuild your grenade and stuff. So it's a useful build. I like using this build just because it's useful. You can do some work with it. You jerk. Dude, how are you still alive? Multiple explosions going on right now from this weapon and from the abilities that I'm using. Oh no. Excuse me. But like I was saying, this pulse rifle has destabilizing rounds, so it activates a little purple aura around enemies, and once they have that destabilizing round is activated, it'll make them blow up with void energy. So they've made the stabilizing rounds a lot better with previous patches since it initially was put into the game. The stabilizing rounds is really a good one to go for. Took too long again. Come on, man. Oh my god. Oh wow. Tier 5. Nice. Chill clip. Auto loading. Headstone. What is persistence? Oh. That's cool. What's this? 397. I'll give it to that. Okay. The other thing, I guess, that they've have added is there is now daily challenges, and then there is a weekly rank up that you can activate or have access to just simply by playing the game. And this will build towards your seasonal reward pass. You can earn experience from that. I don't really know what those are for yet. You still have this. That's been around for a while. I mean, really the only thing to log on for is all the bright dust. For me, anyways. But those are 2 grenade builds that you can do for a Warlock. And we'll go into that last build that I was discussing. This one is a little bit different. This involves your bond. This was added in the final shape. These bonds are exotic bonds, and you can have 2 separate sets of perks on it. These perks come from either a Titan or a Hunter or a Warlock exotic armor piece, and you can combine 2 different ones at a time. I have a video going over how to unlock it, a video that discusses where the mission is to do it and how you activate the mission. If you check my channel and you go to the exotic class item video, it'll break all that down for you. But if you have any other questions, please leave a comment on that video or this video, and hopefully we can get you set up. If you need someone to run that mission with, because it is a non-soloable mission, you needed 2 people to activate it and 2 people to get through it. So if you need someone to help you run through it, please let me know. Please have a mic if you want to run it together. And we cannot type, because the last part of the mission we have to be able to communicate to defeat the final bosses at the end. So you need to have a mic for this mission, and if you type, it's too slow to type because you have to be able to respond at a moment's notice. But that all aside, now we need to kind of change up our loadout. So this is going to involve sliding and using your melee energy. So instead of these, we're going to need to go with Feed the Void and Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge is what allows you to slide and use this ability that we're going to show. Trying to think. You definitely need Arcane Needle, because this allows you to slide multiple times. This functions off of your melee ability, so you want multiple opportunities to slide with your melee ability. Instead of grenades curing you, you want your melee final blows to kill you. And then powered melee hits make you radiant. So you'll be radiant, you'll be amplified, and I think that's it. Also, our weapons are going to change. So instead of worrying about just melee, or I'm sorry, instead of just worrying about grenades, now we're going to be focused on our melees. So this weapon right here is going to be important. So we need to get some way to be able to get our melee back quicker. So now we're going to go back into our vault. We are going to look for melee abilities. So there's multiple melee weapons perks that can help you. It's just going to be what's your plan of attack. What are you looking to accomplish? Are you looking to be in there close and be able to take enemies out quickly? Are you looking to melt enemies like bosses quickly? It depends on the activity you're doing. Like right now we're just doing solo activities. This isn't really in-game activities. So in-game activities, you're gonna have more enemies, more champions. You're gonna have a goal that you need to accomplish. It's not gonna be a straightforward destroy this, kill these enemies, kill boss. Sometimes it'll be different. So you want to keep that in mind. Luckily I have this shotgun which has pugilist as well as 1-2 punch. Pugilist will help generate melee energy. 1-2 punch is going to increase melee damage. So we'll go with taking that. Swashbuckler. Swashbuckler can give this weapon more damage based on melee kills and kills with the weapon, and then this helps load the weapon faster. We have Pugilist and Vorpal. This has Pugilist and Grave Robber. So melee final blows or dealing damage with the charge melee reloads the weapon. Not what we're looking for on a sidearm though. Monte Carlo. This gains increased damage from melee kills and kills with the weapon, and then melee kills grant ammo to Monte Carlo, and then dealing damage with this weapon reduces the cooldown and grants a chance to fully charge the melee. So we can take a Monte Carlo with this. Plus it's an exotic. It'll help us generate ammo faster. Let's see what else we got. Alright, let's see what else we got. I mean, the biggest thing when making a build is you want as many of your weapons to contribute to your build as possible. You want to have options depending on the activity. You want to... You just want to be set up for whatever you may encounter. And you just never know what that may be, especially when you're joining a random fire team or grouping up with people you don't usually play with. You just never know what you might encounter. This one's interesting because this is a as you get kills, it generates ability energy. So that's your, for the Warlock, that's your Rift, that's your melee, that's your grenade. It's kind of a jack of all trades, but you also get a little bit of a dip in melee. So I'll take this one too. Let's see. I'm just kind of looking through each one of my weapons to set this build up, and then we're gonna have to do the same thing we did. I'll take this with the other builds. Where we had to get some weapons to level up the weapons we're trying to use. I will be right back. I am going to grab us something to eat, and then we will continue this. Trying out this build. BRB. All right, I'm back. So I'm making a melee build. Um, let's switch some stuff around and build into my melee. What do we have? Arc. Let's do just arc. All right, let's go give this a shot. Keep in mind it's just a solo activity, so this probably will be kind of hard to make happen in an in-game setting. So yeah, just bear that in mind. man. This isn't going good. I don't even need to be over there. Bro, why are these things just spawning in my armpits? Playing with the melee build and grenade build is definitely a drastic change of playstyle. But if you focus enough on using the weapons that are going to give you your melee back and using your ability that you're focusing on, in this case the melee slide, then you're gonna see the effects you want to see, of course, but your survival will be greater because everything you built and planned to work together will function properly. At the beginning I didn't have enough melee energy, I didn't have any charges on my armor charge, so getting the chain going on using the melee wasn't working out. 3 minutes is really gonna be really tight. I mean, it takes a minute each reset for the shield on that boss at the end. So we're really gonna push through this last stretch, try and get as much points as possible. I'll switch to this. Keep Devourer up. Shouldn't have any problem surviving. Uh, So that run was a little rocky, but we got through it. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna run it back and try and do it within the time limit. Go back in. Do the salt mines. This is the event currently available. So we're gonna try this build out in the salt mines. Don't mind the dogs. Alright, let's give it a shot. I am a bit concerned about not having multiple champion mods, because I have Unstop covered, which is good for him. What I don't have is any anti-barrier. It took forever. Ugh. At least all I had to do was just defeat everything. Get off of me. Build really pops off when you get into prismatic. It's a waveframe. Oh, my back. Alright, so that was bearable. Let's see how we do with a famine modifier active. What in the world? I ran right into that. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. All master conquest from seasonal hub. So that would be here. Master. So I need to do this one and this one. See, this is... They need to add matchmaking to this. This would be so much easier if they had matchmaking. What is this? Pinnacle? World? Conquest. Master. Need Warlock. Only hunters, each strand, each stasis. Experienced. Um, We back. Took a little break. Had to get some stuff together for work tomorrow. Had to make some plans regarding family. Figure out what we're doing for dinner. And we're back now. Maybe got a little over an hour left of stream. And I gotta break away for dinner. And I'll probably be back after dinner. There's been some updates to what's coming in Renegades, and I was going over some of the buffs that they're doing to Warlock and exotics. Some good stuff coming. Let's see. So, since this is a Warlock stream, Nothing Manacles is going to create more Seekers from grenades. It'll increase charge Seeker damage by 25%, improve charge Seeker tracking versus combatants, and increase charge Seeker lifetime. The charge scatter grenade ability, faster final projectile speed, and exotic armor will spawn additional scatter seekers on scatter grenade kill, and the effect can chain. So that'll be interesting to see. As well as they adjusted Briar Binds. Briar Binds needs fewer kills to max out the Void Soul damage bonus. It decreased to 4 from 6, so you needed 6 kills before. And Briar Bind's Void Soul now does more damage based on the amount of time it has been deployed on target, up to 30% more damage after 10 seconds. The Storm Dancer's Brace, while Storm Trance is equipped, now grants Bolt Charge for arc ability hits when amplified, and Storm Trance damage bonus now builds on hits instead of kills. Increased max count to compensate. It now needs 30 hits to cap, and top end damage bonus is unchanged. Winter's Guile. Melee and finisher final blows grant bonus melee damage. So, max is 10 stacks for plus 400% melee damage. Stacks lost 1 at a time and last for 4.5 seconds. Finisher final blows grant 3 stacks. Once you reach 10 stacks, immediately gain 1 melee charge and enter Warlord's Rage when you activate your melee ability. You have 10 seconds to activate the Warlord's Rage. While in Warlord's Rage, gain dramatically increased melee regen speed, faster melee speed, melee damage bonus increases to 500%, and it lasts for 10 seconds. You lose all stacks once Warlord's Rage ends. Matadoxia. Hitting a target with 5 Needle Storm super projectiles now will also activate the Stylostyxis Suspending Burst. The burst caused by the super deals radically increased damage to all targets caught in the radius. This burst should allow Needle Storm to feel like a damage contender with the likes of Curious Thunder Crash. And finally, Dawn Course. Daybreak plus Dawn Course damage has been increased by 5%, and total scorch stacks are also increased. And then it's going to buff Solar Warlocks Daybreak super damage by 20% and letting Daybreak scorch targets by default. So those are all the buffs coming to the Warlock exotics that they've been working on. And then they did some weapon tuning as well. For exotics, Ace of Spades is going to be increased PvE damage bonus of Memento Mori from 18% to 30%, and then Ace of Spades Firefly is increased maximum damage in PvE from 65 to 100, minimum damage in PvE from 0 to 20. Increased area of effect size from 6 meters to 7.5 meters. Increased damage fall off start from 30% of area of effect size to 50%. It will keep full damage for more distance. The Hawk Moon gets a PvE damage bonus per stack of paracausal charge. It maxes out at 70% at times 8 paracausal charge and does not include the final paracausal shot. Osteostriga reduced the cooldown of the poison burst on Osteostriga final blow from 4 seconds to 2. Suros Regime can now be special reloaded at will to swap between spinning up and dual speed receiver. Added new hipfire reticle elements that correspond with each firing mode. Grants bonus special ammo progress with spun up kills while using spinning up. Grants bonus heavy ammo progress on dual speed receiver kills. Revision 0, Hunter's Trace rounds now create a small damaging shockwave and exhaust targets on impact. Touch of Malice, increase the amount of healing provided by the intrinsic perk and reduce the number of kills needed to trigger the healing in PvE. Activating Charge with Blight will now fire the healing impulse. Collective Obligation added a very slow rate of leeching effects off unaffected targets. Gives each effect an order of effectiveness with around a full mag of hits per debuff. Volatile into weaken into suppression, and it also charges the leech mode at the same rate. Symmetry now builds bolt charge with 1 stack of dynamic charge in alt fire mode. Grants more stacks at 10 times dynamic charge. Can spin bolt charge with 1 stack of dynamic charge in alt fire mode. Increase base reload stat by 20. Still Hunt. It buffs Still Hunt's golden gun damage while using Celestial Nighthawk by 40%. Allowed Sniper's Meditation to buff Still Hunt's golden gunshots. Witherhoard reduced Silent Alarm auto load time from 3.5 seconds to 2. Duality, they reduced hipfire spread by 6%. Chaperone, they changed Chaperone to use rapid fire slug frame damage and rate of fire profile. Ruinous Effigy, the catalyst now grants a 30%, 15% in PvP damage buff to the Trace Rifle when killing anything with the Transmutation Orb or damaging a mini boss / champion with the Transmutation Orb. Izanagi's Burden, special reload once again scales with reload speed stat. Tessellation, property undecidable, final blows, and now also grant 2.5% light and dark transcendence energy, and grant bonus time to transcendence while active. Fixed an issue where transcendence grenade chunk energy gains were not scaling based on the grenade stat. Property irreducible, while transcendence is active, Special reload shots now deal 25% more damage when combined with the Transcendence damage buff. Special reloading now reloads the mag from reserves, and you can now special reload while you have 0 ammo on the mag. Catalyst, increased applied scorch stacks from 15 to 70, and slow stacks from 30 to 80. Subclass keyword application is now near immediate, though it still does not apply before the primary explosion. And then updated the timing of the reload for Tessellation and Jotun so that ammo is added to the mag slightly sooner, properly lining up with the animation. Deathbringer reduced the spread of the secondary cluster munitions after they are created. Black Talon, heavy attack now suppresses on hits. If the target is already suppressed, it spreads to nearby targets. On the Catalyst, on hit gives a 10% damage boost per boy debuff on the target for 2 seconds. Reduced heavy attack costs to 3 ammo from 4. Added duelist trance trait. Increased max reserve ammo. Deterministic chaos. Releasing the trigger after a vexadecimal projectile pulls 12 rounds into the magazine from reserves. Worldline 0 fixed an issue where Tesseract was only hitting 1 instance of damage instead of the usual 5, increased the damage instance via Tesseract from 5 to 7, and reduced time between these instances from 0.66 to 0.44 seconds. Fixed an issue where chaining Tesseract was inconsistent if the player had the Worldline 0 Catalyst equipped. Reduced the cost of chain Tesseract blinks from 20% sword energy to 10% per. For the Wolfsbane, increased damage of light attack by 8.5%. Increased nano assault duration from 10 seconds to 12 seconds. And increased swarm NATO damage by 20%. Retune the axe handles. Increased damage resistance on each handle by 5%. Increased damage resistance linger time from 3 to 5 seconds. Reduced internal cooldown on subroutine. Recursion's extra nanites from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. And adjusted damage increased when used on afflicted targets to ramp slightly quicker. So that's all the exotic weapon tuning they have coming. They adjusted some perks as well, which I will save for when I go over my perks video. I just wanted to go over the exotics portion of this. I thought it was kind of interesting on some of the things they did, some of them improving stuff they made. The next DLC looks like they are trying to move in the right direction with the power fantasy. So let's get back to the game. Keep farming. See how this solar build does with it. Or we'll run one more. We'll run one more with this setup. Not too bad, but cutting it kind of close. So, kind of curious if you're a returning player or a new player, you know, what are you looking forward to most with this next set or DLC? Find it funny that they're using Star Wars to kind of sell their game now, but I mean that can only get them so far, I think.
So I'm in set.
You always say, I don't never apologize first. Now I'm trying to do it, and you ain't gonna even turn around and talk to me. Yes, I don't want to talk to your bag. Come on, Tay. I came in here to apologize if you acting like that. What? I was getting out of my car about to feel so comfortable, but I thought about I needed to apologize.
Stop doing this.
Now let's get something in your belly where you get cranked.
Hey, think car!
Hey, think car! Go! Now let's get something in your belly where you get cranked.
Hey, think car!
Hey, think car! Go! Now let's get something in your belly where you get cranked.
Hey, think car!
Hey, think car! Go! Now let's get something in your belly where you get cranked.
Hey, think car!
Hey, think car! Go! Now let's get something in your belly where you get cranked.
Hey, think car!
Hey, think car! Go!
Yo creo que es mejor idea esperarnos.
Gina, ¿y nerviosa aquí?
Es que no estoy segura de que sea bueno.
Santa madre, vamos, qué pedo, qué pedales, qué gas, qué rollo, qué pedo, pinche palo. ¿Esta quién es? ¿Es tu vieja?
Es López, teniente. Lleva con nosotros 6 años.
¡Ah, qué chingón! ¡Qué chingón! ¡Hasta tu vieja! ¡Que salen los pinches chingadazos! ¡Ah! ¡Pum! Su puta madre. Me están dando ganas de bailar un pinche millón bien loco. Un pinche millón bien loco. Que me vean, es que me vean.
It's like carrying a piece of my
thought she could put her hands on corn-fed bread without retaliation, and she thought absolutely wrong. Floored, and now on the ground, humiliated, acting like a victim. Well, if you plan on laying hands on someone else's kid, why do you taste something of Prozac? You dumb idiot. Now on the ground, wondering where the hell happened. You got nothing. Yeah, that's what the hell happened. It's club night in Brazil as people get clubbed on the streets here, and it looks like his woman's about to get involved, raising the helmet. And oh yeah, nothing but friggin' sweet Spanish and music. Was it really worth being so stupid and so brave that you get locked up and out just like your boyfriend? This person even tries to warn this lady, you don't want to do this. Trust me, male or female, you come running after someone with a helmet, then get ready to trick or treat and smell like me. But you would say goes. The show isn't for beginners. Thought she could put her hands on corn-fed bread without retaliation, and she thought absolutely wrong. And now on the ground, humiliated. But come on, Riz.
Hey, Casey.
Hey.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so for that front run where I usually have my beef, we're gonna do just roast and then the deli items as well, aside from the dinners. On that backside, am I keeping my seafood there or am I moving that? Yeah, it's just a pork roast because they're not doing the yeah. So I have the flat irons on the end cap right now with my chucks. Well, I was thinking, do I do the seafood or the red meat over there into the window? That's kind of where I was at. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Right now I have the marinated pork, and I was gonna do the belly. I can switch that over to the seafood roadshow. Yeah. Yeah. I'll go the 21st. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I have a full turkey run and then the organic. They've only sent me like 5 cases on the most recent load for the organic, but I have them there. Okay. 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 Mhm. 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 Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Mhm. Yeah, for sure. Mhm. Yeah, I've been trying to push all that out between this past weekend and this week, just to try to sell through what I have. So I have, don't have like a bunch sitting around. Okay. 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 Got it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I already had like a quick rough draft of all that already for the shakes, flat irons, oxtails, all that. And then I just took my top item out of each category. Okay. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Yep, for sure. No, I appreciate the help. Okay. Yeah, once I saw you start sending out those notes, I've been kind of going in intermittently just to see if anything changed. Nah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that helps a lot. I appreciate it. All right. All right. Bye. Hey, I just got off the phone with Casey. He said for Friday to go ahead and have a seafood roadshow in cap for the walk. So like the crab legs, if we have crab legs, the new shrimp, and then if we want to do like lobster tails or just um, the whole lobster. He said we can do three if we want to have three there. And he said we can slack it to tomorrow and then have it ready for Friday to have it ready to go. No, no, no. So the other end cap facing the department. Well, if we don't, he's fine with the trucks over there. I was thinking we can do like New York's or something if we need to, with the cryovac over there on that end. Because the trucks we did 4,000, like 500 pounds last week, and then we did 4,000 on New York's last week as well. So he said 5,000 for items on the end caps. So I mean that's the closest we got. And then he said to go ahead and move the seafood under the window to minimize on the items as far as pork cryovacs that don't make really any sense right now for the time. So pork loin or whatever. And then he said just go down to like one facing of turkey and organic so we can give proper spacing for the seafood. And then the pork. And then he said if we don't have a lot of organic turkeys because they're not in yet, he said we could put the pork where the organic's supposed to go for now. And then that way it'll free up space under the window. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm thinking maybe, if anything, just the pork butts, maybe ribs, and then take out pork loin and cut down on the facings of the grass fed and all that on that end. Yeah, I mean we can move it over there. We can move that over there. We can put the pork butts over there on that run because all the deli has is just that pork rack, and then. But yeah, that's what he said to do. Just move the rest of the beef where the seafood usually is, the seafood under the window, and then he said just make sure we have the cryovac with the big sign and then the small sign on the cut items. Uh, yeah, toward the deli. Okay. Whatever doesn't go on that end cap. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I mean, I don't, I don't think we did nothing crazy in seafood sales. I mean, our penetration's only 11%. He said just to have that ready as far as what our penetration in seafood is, and then he's like, some buildings he's been asking about the shank, the flat iron, the oxtails, which I already had that stuff. Um, and then he was talking about the signs. Lamb, we haven't gotten any lamb in. But I think they know that we're not gonna really have full in stocks until what they said period 4. So oh okay, okay, all right, sounds good. So you just go ahead and start the roast tomorrow to start getting it ready. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nah, yeah. The more we can get done now, the easier Friday will be. He said maybe by 11:30 or 12 they'll be coming our way. Right. But he's like just to keep looking at the emails that he's been sitting. He's like, he'll update anything or any changes on there. He's just been trying to update us as they're doing the walks. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't have brought it up if they weren't. But yeah, no, that's where we're at as of right now. So if anything else comes up, it'll probably be on that email he's been sending. Oh yeah. Mhm. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Bye. Hello. Hi. I'm fine.